Start off with some leatherworking, I suppose. Start off, I mean, continue the leatherworking I was already doing. Yes. Be hard at work. Everybody's doing crafting. I made that. Yeah. Nothing more satisfying than a job well done. I'm thinking of it. Not on my list of things I need to craft, but... Okay. There we go. Oh, came down to the wire there. I'm out of raptor skin. Yay, level up. All right. Let's go hand stuff in. Ah. Come back to that. Maybe I'll be able to bump myself up a level from just that. Figure out where the vendor is. Right up there. There you are. There we go. Got a level out of that. Get back here. Actually, let me... She's not going to just ask for one more. So let's... There we go. Let's go get some more ingots. Don't need quite that many. let's see how many of these she wants. There we go. Gave her exactly as many as she wanted. Let's go repair my shit, and then we'll go see what the next quest is about. That's not leather worker quest. Oh, I need to upgrade my equipment to something fierce. Sluggards and slouches, a lot of them. Sorry, don't tell me you haven't noticed as well. Uneven seams, slipshod stamping, the work produced by the guild's rank and file in recent days simply isn't up to snuff. Whether it be the impending exhibition or this whole anger, both a business that is distracting our craftsmen, I do not know. What I do know is that if they don't get their act together, and soon, we're at risk of actually losing business to those charlatans. I will not stand idly by as a lack of discipline undoes the reputation that our guild has worked so long to achieve. Someone needs to remind those slouches why they became leather workers in the first place, and I've decided that person will be you. Yes, you, Svarin. Surprised, are you? Ha! I may question your skills, but not your dedication to our craft. Bring me the finest pair of boarskin ring bands you can craft, and show me that my trust hasn't been misplaced. It will be only the slightest of exaggerations to say that the future of this guild, not to mention your future, hangs in the balance. Now get to it and show your good-for-nothing guildmates how it's done. No pressure. Hey, I have exactly enough for this. Alright, let's move you out of the way. Ugh. The level of this, I might not even need all that much. Yay! Well, Svarin, have you crafted for me the finest boarskin ring bands this guild has ever seen? No pressure, of course. I have indeed. Is that a smudge? One could hardly call this perfect. Fortunately, it is not perfection I sought of you, but pure, single-minded devotion to the craft. And from the moment I took this ring band in hand, I knew you had not let me down. Clearly, you possess a keen understanding of the ideal ring band. The boar skin, light, sturdy, and resistant to friction, is reinforced by steel links to afford protection without weighing down the wearer. Clumsily crafted ring bands have been known to distract those that would wield magic. Yours, however, is so well balanced that one might forget that she is wearing anything at all. This is a true accomplishment of leatherworking, and will serve as a clarion wake-up call to any loafer content with churning out substandard work. I'll be honest with you, Svarn. When you first came stumbling through our doors, I reckoned I'd have an easier time making you into a saddle than a respectable leatherworker. How pleased I am to have been proven wrong. You have risen to the challenge and become a model to the entire guild. Which reminds me. I have spoken to you of the Gridanian exhibition, yes? The day of opening draws near, and I must devote myself fully to producing our new line of leather fashions. As this will afford me little time to devote to everyday affairs, I require someone to handle the more demanding commissions until the exhibition has come and gone. I decided that you are the man for the job. That's right. Your next task will be to serve as my personal assistant. Don't even think about neglecting your training. Is that clear? Crystal. She absolutely adores us. There we go. Rhalgar, take me of all the times for this order to come in. Here, have a look, Svarn. An order for a pair of boarskin smithy's gloves made by the guildmaster herself using her famous Geva patterns. To be delivered post-haste, no less. I'd bet a month's earnings that Zov couldn't tell my handiwork from Gubu's arse, but does that stop him from filing such a tactless order when I'm up to my very ears in work for the exhibition? Apparently not. Post-haste? I'd deliver a slap upside the head post-haste, if it wouldn't have negative repercussions for guild business. Fortunately, my new assistant has arrived. Why you, of course, Svarn. I did mention that I'd be delegating work to you while I focused on the exhibition, did I not? What about the customer's conditions, you say? He'll get a pair of gloves made by the famous Svarn himself, and he'll like them just fine. Damn it. Of course I'm out of steel ingots. Just when I... Damn it. Keep forgetting which door. Prepare my shit real quick. Do. Still way more than I need, but yeah. As well. There we go. Running on back to the guild. Well, have you brought the work of the famous Svarin? I have indeed. A smithy's gloves must be sturdy enough to protect his hands from the fires of the forge. At the same time, they must be pliant enough so as not to hinder the precise movements needed to work fine steel. Crafted from boar skin, lightweight, tough, and resistant to friction, this pair of smithy's gloves represents the best of both worlds. The simple design allows the 5 fingers to move with full range of motion, the ideal handwear for any capable smith. Your work has admirably captured each of these essential points. I'm happy to sign off on it. You may deliver it to Fenil Fineries without delay. What, the Geva patterns? Do not worry yourself about such foolishness. Have I not told you that he will know no better? At any rate, off with you. Even a fool of a client is a valued customer. Hello, sir. My very first pair of custom-made smithy's gloves, made by the famous Guildmaster Geva to boot, are set to arrive from the Leatherworkers Guild any moment now. I can hardly wait to try them on. Here you go, sir. A delivery from me, you say? Oh, do hand it over, and quickly, if you would. Now, what have we... Glitz to Hornets and Byregott's my uncle. If this isn't the finest, most comfortable pair of gloves I've ever laid hands on. And to think they're the... What's that you say? Tell the blacksmith the truth? Yeah, let's go for it. What's that you say? These gloves are not the work of Geva? I could give 2 shites about that. Friend, I don't know a damn thing about you leatherworkers and your patterns. A fellow smith assured me that Geva's gloves were of peerless quality, and that was enough for me. I placed my order that same day, sight unseen. And I'm glad I did, for you've brought me the most comfortable pair of smithy's gloves I've ever had the pleasure to own. You and the Guildmaster have my utmost gratitude. Well then. Well, she was definitely right that he wouldn't really care about the difference. Another satisfied customer, yes? I told you that you worried for naught, Svarin. Oh, I suppose you're still curious about those Geva patterns, aren't you? Allow me to explain. Some years ago, Gridanians took quite a fancy to a toadskin bag of my design. Yeah. So popular were the bags that they quickly sold out, driving prices up to a premium. What do you suppose happened next? Greedy artisans sought to cash in on my success. Toads were hunted nigh to extinction, and a host of imitation bags flooded the market. I was devastated as a proud leatherworker and lover of nature both. But what could I do? For weeks, months I struggled, yet felt powerless against the forces of greed. That's when it struck me. Even if I could not stop others from copying my creations, I could at least ensure that their work was not needlessly destructive. I swore a vow that the next line of Geva toadskin bags would be made with an eye towards economy, and that the patterns used to craft these wares would enable inexperienced leatherworkers to reproduce my designs with minimal waste. Aha! Do you see now, Svarin? Artisans worthy of the Fenil name do not need to rely on Geva patterns. They already respect the natural world to which we owe our livelihood. This is something that cannot be taught, yet it is clearly awakened within you. Which is why I did not hesitate to entrust you with this task, and why you can expect many more to come. Pawning off all her work to me. There we go. Ah, but isn't Svarin? Now, you have the look of a leather worker who could do the work of 3 men. And thank the 12 for that, because 3 of your good-for-nothing colleagues just walked right out the door, leaving 3 commissions of the highest priority unfilled. Oh dear. A pair of raptor skin fingerless gloves, a raptor skin torch, and a raptor skin choker. I need them, and I need them on the double. The promised dates of delivery, you ask? Yesterday, last week, and 4 fortnights ago, in that order. To make amends for the delays, I've personally assured each of our clients that their items will be of peerless quality. I trust you will not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. Oh boy. Okay, I still have some raptor leather. Okay, just enough for all of these. I need some boar leather. Yeah, may as well. And I should go do that materia melding in front of Mutamix later. I've kept him waiting long enough. I've got more than enough materia to do it. And with even more materia to do melding with. Yep. Okay. So what did I need again? Okay, I need cobalt rivets. Start. Go. One down. Porridge one. Oh, God. Damn it. Gazelle horn is not malt coat. Okay. Let's have some with you. Nope. Let's extract all this shit. And all my shit. And maybe also, one jeweler. Yep. Oh. See if I can get myself anything better than what I've got right now. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let's get synthesizing. Oh, okay. Instant level up. And last but not least, the choker. right. Should be everything, so let's go hand them over. Time's of the essence, Farin. If you have the raptor skin starge, choker, and gloves, show them to me. Yes, I suppose these will do. The skin of the fleet-footed raptor boasts both superior flexibility and exceptional ruggedness. The rub, of course, being that it is by no means easy to work with. Fingerless gloves are the choice of many a warrior for allowing the fingers to better grip their weapon. Thus do weapon and wielder become one. A well-crafted choker affords superior protection without impairing breathing or causing undue discomfort. And the targe, at first glance a means of defense, in times of need it can be employed to intimidate or even injure one's foe. I presume you are well aware of all this. The quality of your work speaks to a sound understanding of material and implementation alike. I see no reason that these items be kept from their purchasers any longer. Deliver them with all speed. The gloves to Pimo Nelha at Nafika's altar. The targe to Lyric at the Caroline Canopy. And the choker to a client by the name of Naga Jawantal. You'll find her at the Shaded Bower. With that, I can finally return to my work for the exhibition, and I swear the next person who dares interrupt me will see their hide made into the centerpiece of my display. Alright. Let's see, who's closest? This one's closest, so... All right there, you loving leatherworker. You'll not take another step until you explain why your guild has yet to deliver the choker I commissioned moons ago. And it had best not be another overworn excuse, lest I take my business straight to Anger Bother and tell all my friends to do the same. Why, this choker, I've never seen such. I mean, bah, a choker is a choker. My battle-scarred papa could fashion the likes of this with his one remaining arm tied firmly behind his back. You brazenly neglect your clients in favor of designing frivolous fashions for some ridiculous exhibition, then expect pay for shoddy work delivered behind schedule? The arrogance of you self-styled artisans knows no bounds. I hear that even your guild's own have had enough of Guildmaster Gava and her nonsense. Mark my words, the Leatherworkers Guild is finished. Customers these days want speed and value for their guild, and your lot offers neither. Picky, picky. Aha. Wait, I recognize you. You're one of Gava's subordinates, yes? Have you perchance come to deliver my gloves? I have indeed. What craftsmanship! Why, it's as if these gloves were tailored to fit each of my fingers. This is precisely why I would never think to obtain my protectives from anywhere other than the Leatherworkers Guild. For Gava to maintain this level of quality with the exhibition at hand is no small feat. Well, at least you appreciate her hard work. Yes. You mean to do that? Oop. Oh well. Hello, good sir. You have the look of a leather worker. Might you know why my commission has been delayed? I've been waiting for my targe for a week now. Sorry for the delay, good sir. This is exceptional. No apologies needed, my friend. For a charge of this quality, I'd have gladly waited twice as long. Which is why these rumors of mass resignations are so distressing. What could have possessed good, honest leather workers to abandon their craft? Beats me, sir. And back to Eva we can. Nako said, what? Speed and value? That mutton-headed Mikote wouldn't know a well-crafted choker if I used one to wring her scrawny neck. That said, even I must admit there's some truth to her words. No self-respecting guild would seek fame and fortune at the exhibition, while valued customers suffer undue delays for goods purchased with honest coin. I wish it had not come to this far, but my decision is made. The Leatherworkers Guild shall withdraw from this year's exhibition. There are customers out there who appreciate the quality our guild offers, and we must see them well served. There will be other exhibitions, but trust once lost is not so easily regained. In any event, you have proven yourself a loyal leatherworker today, Svar, and I thank you. I admit something smells fishy about all this. Ah. Ooh. That's a cute little outfit. Very nice and blue smock. Yeah, you're right. It might just be the fish leather around here. Oh, for the love of... Sorry, you picked a fine time to show up, and for once I'm not being sarcastic. I'm in quite the predicament here, and you just might be able to help. What sort of predicament, you ask? Well, in the sort in which I have several hundred deliveries to make before the next bell, despite having just the 2 legs you see. Withdrawing from the exhibition has freed me to devote my efforts to filling guild commissions. That is all well and good. The problem is that I now have more clients than ever, none of whom take kindly to being kept waiting. For every moment we waste chatting, we risk losing a valued customer. Make yourself useful and take this choker to a client waiting at the Whistling Miller, on the double. All right. Whee! Oh, Guild, yes? Have you come to deliver my choker? I have indeed. True guild quality as ever. Yes, all the time and effort put into this piece is painfully evident in the overwrought nature of its design. We've only just met, but you struck me as a smart young man. It's my offer. Let's say you bid farewell to your fruitless life as Gaeva's lapdog and come work for me. Who am I, you ask? Why, none other than the founder and proprietor of Anger Botha Apparel and Accoutrement, Gridania's premier producer of leather goods. And I should care why? As a clever man like you has doubtless surmised, many of your more ambitious colleagues have already abandoned the Leatherworkers Guild to bring their prodigious talents to Anger Botha. And why wouldn't they? Who wants to waste precious hours learning how to stitch the perfect seam when a serviceable one will suffice? Not I, that's for certain. Angerbotha products are just as durable as Gava's overrated rubbish, crafted in half the time for a fraction of the cost. Should you have any doubts, I invite you to come by the exhibition and judge for yourself.
Gava, I think we should join the exhibition just out of principle.
Such a shame that the Leatherworkers Guild will be absent from the competition. I was so looking forward to defeating dear Gava this year. Ah, well, for all her faults, clearly the woman had sense enough to see that she was fighting a lost cause. Ta, friend, and remember my offer.
Oh, I'll remember, all right.
Oh, Gava! Oh, he's totally asking to be skinned. You know he is. Oh, yeah. Your back's far and not a moment too soon. I've just heard a most distressing rumor. Word about town is that renowned leatherworkers from across the realm are withdrawing from the exhibition at an alarming rate. Should this continue, Angerbotha will have a clear course to win top honors. Curses. It pains me enough that I cannot represent our guild in the contest, but the thought that those talentless hacks could claim the prize that is rightfully ours. What's that? Dowd of Angerbotha was the client who commissioned that choker? If I had known, I'd have delivered it in person and taken the payment out of his lousy hide.
See, we were just saying.
Someone trying to recruit me to their, to the FC they're trying to make. No thank you, sir. Oh yes, the two of us go back quite a ways. He was an adventurer and aspiring leatherworker. Not like yourself, Svarn. We had a bit of a falling out, though. I remember like it was yesterday. He strolled through that door wearing a shite-eating grin and holding a jerkin that looked like it had come out the wrong end of an owl goat. Yeah. God damn, it sucks being so popular. I told him as much, and the next moment he ran back out the door, bawling like a child. That was the last I saw of him. His sorry efforts weren't worth the hide they were made from, and now he fancies himself a fashion magnate? Small wonder that Angerbotha attire looks like something even a goblin would be ashamed to wear. The sad state of affairs is that not all customers are so discerning. What's worse, if Angerbotha takes top honors at the exhibition, then their wasteful practices will be vindicated. Slipshod craftsmanship and butchery will become the norm. I will not allow this to happen. Svarn, listen carefully, for I mean to give you your most challenging task yet, if not ever. You are to represent the Leatherworkers Guild at the exhibition and put that charlatan in his place.
Gladly.
A raptor skin jerkin of peerless quality melded with a gatherer's grasp materia of the 3rd grade. This will be your submission. No simple task, but as one who's taken his lumps and paid his dues, I believe that you have it in you. The exhibition is to be held at Mikedo's amphitheater. Estain has been charged with accepting submissions. Once your work is complete, deliver it to her with all speed. All right? Gatherer's Grasp 3. Shit, don't have that. To buy that. And some raptor leather. Or raptor skin, I should say. Ugh. Do I have enough money for this? Yep. Yeah, it should be off. Or back to, the other setting. It's claiming it's, switched, but let me...
There we go. Deck, why did you lie to me? Can't believe I was so callously betrayed by my stream deck. Okay. What else do I need? Undyed felt. Ugh, I don't need that many. God damn it. Right? Ugh. Nuts. Time to look up where else I can get this stuff. Do. Yeah. I'm gonna have to buy the ingots. Okay. Now let's see about that. Where else can I get you? Yeah. My options are to either go treasure hunting or make it myself as a weaver. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, is it gonna be so expensive? Get some money out of that at least. So, won't I go do that quest I've been forgetting to do? Alright, Neomix, check this out. There we go. Uplander has good joining skill. Metamix give Uplander secret knowings of word bond. Mostly part, one fighty tool bears only little materia, but if Uplander uses secret joining skill, one fighty tool bears many materia. Maybe. Metamix teach Uplander secret joining skill, but Uplander keep in brain case that its times work unrightly. Will fighty tool of Uplander bear many materia, or will materia turn to bitty bits, using secret joining skill not for unstrong of bladder? Got that out of the way, finally. Still need more money for that, but... I think we'll have to set that aside for now. Eat the bird. Let's make some gil incidentally by just completing quests. There we go. Okay. The instant we hand Gilbard's journal to headquarters, the truth of Von Shalon's death is all but guaranteed to be struck from history. I thought long and hard on a course of action, and what we should do with the tome, and I believe I'm drawing close to the answer. Before I make my decision, however, I would ask your honest opinion. Do you think the sordid truth of the Autumn War should be made public knowledge, even should it jeopardize our relations with Alamigo? Better to know the sins of the past. An upright choice from an upright man. Though Norval's motives and methods are unconscionable, one cannot deny that there is justice in pursuing truth. Thank you, Svarn. As the leader of our unit, I am now ready to make my decision. Let's find Guidolo. He will wish to hear it too. There you are. So, you've made up your mind then about what to do with the truth? I have. I shall go to the Adder's Nest and entrust the journal to our superior's care. Above all, we cannot allow it to be used as an instrument of hatred. Having said that, neither will I stand for the truth to be erased. I will oppose any attempt to do so with all my being. I'm not sure I understand. What do you want to do exactly? I will hand over the journal on the condition that the truth be revealed one day when the people are ready to accept it. Call me indecisive, but I cannot bear to see the tome misused, nor the truth willfully buried. Well, look at you. Sanson the Stiff, standing his ground. Goes without saying, but I'm with you, Chief. Ain't no one gonna exploit our race history on my watch. Thank you, my friends, for trusting in me. Don't let it get to your head, though, eh? Had your decision not been to my liking, I would have knocked you flat on your arse and resigned from your Swyven unit. So much for you decide. Never change, Kidolo. Captain Sanson, right? Some fellow asked me to pass this letter to you. This is from Norval. The journal is yours to do with as you wish, but ere you take it away, I would speak with Svarin and Svarin alone one last time. I wait you in Dimwald by the Percipient One. Tree again? Oh, this reeks. Tell me it don't. Oh, you're not the only one. But if this is a trap, I would Norval ask for the strongest of all of us. You may truly have something important to say. Conversely, it would also offer us a chance to convey our intent. I'm loath to expose you to danger, my friend, but will you go to this meeting? I don't like the idea of you going alone, but that'd defeat the purpose of the meeting. The first time danger, though, get out of there fast, all right? I'll be fine. Do. Back to the root. That wasn't so hard. Ah, you're back. Where's Sanson? Another letter arrived right after you left, asked for him to come as well. You're really alone, then? Swivey, you were just the diversion. Sanson was the real target. Thought it'd be all right seeing as you'd be there, but I should have gone as well. God, strike me down for a fool. If you didn't see Sanson, they must have nabbed him on the way to Dimwald. Come on, we have to find him. I just got back from there. You'd think I'd have seen him on the way. Sansa's book was lying here. They left a message in blood, the gods damned mummers. We have your friend. We will send our price to the Adder's Nest. That Whoreson can take his ransom and shove it up his arse. We're gonna storm their hideout, tear them all new ones, and free Sanson.
Problem. We don't know where they are.
Damn it, Svarin, how can you always be so calm? It's downright contagious. And you're right, of course. We don't even know where the bastards have taken Sanson. We need help if we're gonna save him. Come on, let's hurry back to Gridania to the Adder's Nest. Just to be sure. Okay, good. Making sure it actually, properly. It's just a straight shot. I've just reported the situation. They're going to call a meeting to talk strategy. As for Gilbert's journal, I'm still holding on to it. Told him it's for the chief to hand over. They were none too pleased. Fancy that. You see, unlike our friend Sanson, I don't have much faith in the Order. Don't trust him to act in our best interests. The journal's our bargaining chip, not only with them, but Norval besides. Would be good to bring old Jehan Tell into it as well. He'd want to know, and might even have some sage advice to share. But for now, we sit tight, wait and see what the Order and Norval will do, and then we plan some doings of our own. Till then, rest up and save your strength, Svarin. We're gonna need it. Oh boy. Right over there. Yep, hi. I see the shroud is home to many bards, minstrels who wield song and bow alike in battle. Though I have not seen their art in action, I can't help but feel a common bond between them and our dancers. Ah, Svarin, your timing's impeccable. I just received word from Ishgard. The powers that be have decided to welcome Troop Falcium with open arms. Fortunately, there are no rumors to suggest that the Totentans has already struck in the city or any of the surrounding regions in Kurthus. And yet, word has it that some of the less privileged residents of the city have grown increasingly vocal of late, not entirely unlike what we witnessed in Ul'dah. We must be vigilant. And so I would like to ask you and Rana to make for the Holy See as soon as you are able. I would join you, but I fear my wounds are not healing as quickly as I had hoped. I would only slow you down. Leave it to us, Mistress Nashmira. No matter what shadows plague the people's hearts, there'll be no match for your two favorite protégés. Come, Svarin, Ishgard awaits us. Which way was it again? Rana, are you warm enough in that? Brr, why, my arms and legs feel like they're going to freeze and snap off like icicles. How can you even bear this, Svarin?
Well, I am a mountain Viera.
I'm used to it. I suppose adventurers like you get to experience all sorts of climbs in your travels. Perhaps with time I'll get used to it too. Anyhow, our first order of business is to pay our respects to our hosts. I've been told that one Sir Andalou awaits us at a place they call the Congregation. I take that you know the way? Fine. Yeah, no. She does not have anything. Someone looking cozy. Yeah, make her a nice, comfy leather jacket to keep warm in. Actually. Well met, Svarn. It is always a pleasure to welcome you back to Ishgard, though I must say I did not expect to see you return to us as a member of a traveling dance troupe. Just wait until you see him on stage. He's a sight to behold. Oh, but forgive me, my name is Renan Migo, and I thank you for opening the gates of your fair city to Troop Falsium. The pleasure is ours. I must confess that I found the report from our friends the Twin Adder regarding this Dance of the Damned somewhat difficult to believe, but if even a great hero like Svarin here would come all the way here for this purpose, I would be a fool to dismiss the threat. And yet, I have questions. The instructions from your Mistress Nashmera called for rounding up prominent members of the commoner class and seating them front and center at your performance. I did not object, of course, but whatever purpose is this meant to serve? The Totentanz is a plague that spreads from one man's heart to the next, and those whose hearts weigh heaviest with anger, fear, and unease are often the first to fall prey to its clutches. If we can assemble influential members of the community and free their hearts from shadow before disaster strikes, these men and women could in turn raise the spirits of their peers. Mistress Nashmera believes this is our best hope for curtailing the spread of the Totentanz. Where the leaders go, so others will follow. I suppose it is as logical a course of action as any. Very well. I've already identified suitable personages and extended to them an invitation to your performance. The venue will be before the Gates of Judgment. We believe this location would be most accessible to those who live outside the city walls. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Then, Svar, we'd best get on our way. We don't want to keep our audience waiting out there in the freezing cold, do we? Oh, why did I remind myself about the cold? Brrr. Can we make her a, comfy leather jacket? Aha! We could make her a nice, comfy and warm coat. Look at how comfy that looks. Exactly. I'll get to you guys next. Since I'll be in the area anyway. Talk about an imposing audience. Now let's give them a show to remember. Oh, and Svarin, let's keep the true purpose of our performance to ourselves, all right? We don't want to cause a panic, after all. If we can draw out and dispel the darkness before the Totentan strikes, our task will be that much the easier. Besides, we want our audience to enjoy the show, don't we? I'm a bit nervous, but I know we'll be fine if we trust in each other. All right, here goes nothing. Watch closely and follow my lead. Ladies, gentlemen, fair citizens of the Holy See, hailing from distant Razathan in the east, we are Troop Falsium. Today, we dance for you the Kriegstanz, an ancient art passed down to us from the days of yore. Though the Kriegstanz was born on the battlefield, it is a dance that brings healing and succor. Your people suffered for too long the horrors of the Dragon Song War. Let our performance fill your hearts with hope and heal any scars that may still linger. And now, without further ado, let the show begin. I've never seen dancing like this before. It stirs the very depths of my soul. Just watching her, I can feel all my pain and anger melting away. Uh-oh. Pay no mind to those ominous clouds. It's all part of the performance, you see. Yes, True Falsium spares no expenses in treating our audience to a spectacle for the senses. As you're here, Svarin, now sweep those nasty shadows away. I mean, yes. Yes. Very front row. When I received a sudden invitation to this performance, I didn't know what to expect. But that was simply remarkable. Ever since the show ended, my mind is clear and all my troubles just don't seem so bad anymore. And I the same. I must say, that last scene where those fearsome shadow beasts appeared was particularly dramatic and invigorating. It's the strangest feeling. Even though my lot in life hasn't changed one bit, I feel like I'll be able to face tomorrow with my head held high. The mind your head, Ro. Aw, you folks are far too kind. But I thank you, one and all. Never in my life have I felt so proud to be a dancer. Nothing quite like seeing all those smiling, satisfied faces, don't you agree, Svarin? Just the thought that we were able to bring a measure of happiness and hope to these proud, strong people makes all the hard hours of training worthwhile. And can you believe it? We were even able to stave off the shadows before the Totentans even struck. I do believe we've more than done Nashmira proud. I dare say our job here is done, so why don't we head back to Gridania and share the good tidings with everyone? I'll race you there. Racing through the snow because she doesn't want to freeze her tail off. Sparn, it's Mistress Nashmira. She's gone. Settle down, Rana. Nothing ill has befallen our leader. She has simply taken a leave of absence entirely of her own volition. Said she had a matter to attend to with an old friend, the same friend who introduced her to our patron, Master Gegeruju, if I recall. She was reluctant to go into detail, but it would seem this individual is also familiar with the Totentons and has been researching the situation in Alamigo on our behalf. Miss Nashimura means to join her there and scout out a suitable venue for her ultimate performance. She has asked that you and Rana continue training on your own until such time as she summons us. Would it have killed her to at least wait for our report? Or does this mean that she actually trusts us? If Mistress Nashmira believes in our ability to handle affairs, I suppose we owe her the same in return. If recent rumors are to be believed, Alamigo is on the verge of winning its battle for freedom. Surely it's only a matter of time before its people are ready to welcome us.
Working on it.
At the same time, much like Ishgard, it is a land whose people have known more than their fair share of suffering. We will need to be at our best to deliver them from the dance of the damned. You know what that means, Sarn? We must train with greater discipline than ever before. Okay. Stop. I would put my gun blade away, but look at how cool my running stance is. We Hrothgar are quite used to snow and ice, so we sometimes forget the problems it poses for other races. This morning, a homeless hire lad was found lying stone cold in the street. When they came to carry him away, he was frozen solid like a statue. Poor thing can't have been more than 20 summers old. We asked the Temple Knights if there was something we could do, and we were told that they had the perfect assignment for us. Our client this time is Reese of Garland Ironworks. Their founder, Sid Garland, is one of the few Garlands to have turned his back on the Empire and is a hero to many living under their rule. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting him in person. At any rate, we must first head to the Sky Steel Manufactory. We got to run into a Sid. That would be kind of neat. There you guys are. Good morning. I take it you're the bodyguard sent by the Temple Knights. There's someone I'd like you to protect, a recently defected Garlean engineer, as it happens. I'll not bore you with the details, but he is to oversee the installation of a cerulean heating system. We're hoping it would avert tragedies like the one that recently occurred in Broome. Yes, we saw the body being carried away. Terrible sight it was. If this engineer friend of yours needs safe passage here, we'd be glad to help. Unfortunately, the Empire does not take kindly to desertion, especially when the man in question is one of its most highly esteemed scientists. We've received word that a group known as the Alaude has been dispatched to see that he never reaches Ishgard. Gods be good. I've heard of them. Prisoners offered an opportunity to reduce their sentences through loyal service to Garlemald. By all accounts, they fight like men possessed, desperate to earn their freedom. First of all, they're led by Vitus Quo Messala, a man whose cruelty knows no bounds. As a soldier, he reached the rank of Pilus Prior, but was relegated after butchering a village of innocent civilians purely to sate his own bloodlust. Even his fellow Guardians were disgusted by these barbaric acts, yet that did not damage his reputation as a skilled warrior equal to Gaius van Baelsar himself. During my imprisonment, Vitus Quo Masala came to enlist me. I told him I'd sooner rot in jail than serve under a rabid dog like him. As you can imagine, he was far from pleased with my refusal and tried to persuade me by using my Magitech collar to administer countless electric shocks. I'll never forget the look in his eyes as he pushed that button over and over. Of course, not everyone is as resilient as Radovan. Many who fight for the Alaude do so against their will, though they are no less deadly for it. By the Fury, if I'd have known the dangers involved, I would have called the whole thing off. It's too late now, though. The airship is already on its way to Kurthus. It should soon be arriving at the observatorium. Sadly, we couldn't gain permission to have an Imperial craft dock in the city for matters of security. Fair enough. From the rendezvous point, we'll proceed the rest of the way on foot. Once we're safely inside the Gates of Judgment, we can consider the mission a success. Your friend is risking his life for the sake of others. Reese, I give my word that he will reach Ishgard safely. Listen, Sophie, you know as well as I do that the Alaude are as ruthless as they are tenacious. For that reason, I want you to stay behind. You think you can take them on without me there to heal you? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have you by my side, but against foes like that, Svarin and I will struggle to protect you and the engineer. Protect me? Look, Radovan, we protect each other, remember? Or perhaps you see me as nothing but a burden? Fine, have it your way.
Radovan! Don't antagonize our healer, damn it!
Not to rush you or anything, but we should get going. I'll meet you at the airship landing on top of the tower. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to make clear. I didn't mean what I said to Sophie. I think she's an excellent conjurer and more than capable of taking care of herself. But this is Vitus Quo Masala we're dealing with, a monster who delights in toying with his prey. We can't let her face that kind of danger. You see, Sophie and I have been inseparable ever since we escaped our Garlean captors. When I discovered what had befallen my family, I came close to taking my own life, and I might have even gone through with it if Sophie hadn't stopped me. Damn. She's lost loved ones too, but has never given up hope. Sophie helped me realize that there is still a place in the world for me. In fact, it was her idea that I become a bodyguard. Although no one will ever replace the family I'd lost, she helped fill that void in my life and gave me a reason to carry on. If she were here now, she would tell me to stop being such a sentimental old fool, or words to that effect. Anyway, the sooner we finish this assignment, the sooner I can get back here and apologize to her. Oh, this better not go sideways. If this goes sideways, I'm going to be very upset. Yeah, we all know it's gonna go sideways. So they're landing on top of the observatorium, right? Yep, there we go. Now that you're here, allow me to introduce the man you will be escorting. Kato Nan Mamula at your service. Or should that be Kato Mamula now that I am in Ishgard? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Well then, shall we begin? Radovan. Radovan! If there's something we should know. Jeez, already? The Alaude knew we were coming. Hell's bells, they must have seen that airship from Malms away. I'll stay with the engineer. You go on ahead and draw them out. We'll rendezvous at the camp to the north. Yeah. You. Come on. Everybody got a little confused. I'm looking at my memory usage here, and apparently I think there was a noticeable memory dip there. Like, I would have expected it to have been a memory spike, but no. Yep. You are not the one I wanted. Yep. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Liking how laggy it is right now, so I'm going to quickly close the game and reopen it. Do. See the opening screen again. Back in we go. It's a very nice screen. One day I might sit and actually just show off all the opening screens. Alrighty, this is so much better. Okay. Let's wait for them to arrive. Some of the Laude stayed in their hiding places until you'd passed. One of them got to Reese. He's hurt, but it could have been a lot worse. Oh dear. I'm sorry, they caught me by surprise. We've made it this far, but Vetus is still out there. This is just a taste of what the Laude have in store for us. Our best option is to avoid confrontation altogether. Mamula and I will sneak past them, while you and Reese stay behind. The two of us stand a better chance than a group of 4.
Nah, we should stick together. I don't like this plan, not with a bastard like that on the prowl. He's gonna take advantage of that.
I know how you feel, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. You see the sense in this, don't you? We'll meet back in Ishgard. I don't like this. My colleagues will contact me via Link Pearl once Master Mamula has arrived in Ishgard. In the meantime, we should lie low. We don't want to alert the Laude to our presence any more than we already have. Oh, and I better get these wounds looked at. I don't
Like this.
Thank goodness you're all right. You'd been gone so long, I came looking for you. I met a few nasty characters on the way here, but I soon sent them packing. Wait, where's Radovan, and that engineer you're supposed to be escorting? Someone decided to split the party. Kato and Mamula? If the two of them are together, then... Radovan never talks to anyone about it, but he comes from a place called Bozia Citadel. It was utterly destroyed in a Garlean experiment gone wrong. Remember the name Bozia. Keep that name in mind. In charge of the product were Midas Nan Garland and his right-hand man, Kato Nan Mamula. Radovan's opposition to Bozia being used as a testing ground for potentially dangerous magitech led to his imprisonment, and his fears were proved correct when the city was obliterated. There's a strong chance that he's planning to exact his revenge. We have to stop him. They headed west towards Ishgard, yes? We should be able to follow their tracks. There's no time to lose. Radovan. For my homeland, for my family. Ozia. Svarin? Stay back. This fiend robbed me of everything I held dear. Don't deny me my vengeance.
You swore to protect him.
I will not beg your forgiveness. However, I ask that you hear my final words. Midas and I knew there were risks involved with the experiment, but we did not foresee that it could fail so catastrophically. I have lived with unending, agonizing guilt ever since. From that day forth, I have sought redemption, a chance to somehow right the wrongs I have committed. That is why I asked Midas' son, Sid, to aid in my defection from Garlemald, that my knowledge and expertise may be put to good use. I always knew the sins of my past would return to haunt me. Submit myself to your judgment.
Does the word of a gunbreaker mean nothing?
Have I become? My honor as a gunbreaker, as a man, I've thrown it all away. We're the last of us now. You want us to kill him now, sir? No, the old goat can wait. It's the prowling lion I want. Yes, your head will make a fine trophy. Oh boy. Is Mabula all right? And where's Radovan? Wandered off? But we've still got a job to do. I dread to think what might have happened if you hadn't stopped him. Come on, Svarin. With or without Radovan, we still have a job to do. Let's get Mamula to Ishgard.
I definitely heard something. Still not sure whether it was just the wind, but I think it may have been plotting. Everybody always seems to underestimate these ears.
After the trouble you had reaching Camp Dragonhead, I'm pleasantly surprised that the Alaude kept away from us for the remainder of the journey. Yes, fortunate indeed. All's well that ends well, as the saying goes. One thing still troubles me, though. If that Vetus Quo Masala is as ruthless as you say, I doubt the walls of Ishkar will deter him from pursuing his target. As such, Master Mamula will be closely guarded until we can be certain it's safe. Yes, it would be a shame if I were kept from fulfilling my obligations. I hope that the next time we meet, I shall have glad tidings to share. We managed to get Mamula here unharmed, but in doing so, we've lost sight of Radovan. He could be anywhere by now. But we've been through too much for me to turn my back on him now. If he decides to get his act together, he knows where to find me. Until then, we'd better be on the lookout for the Alaude. I doubt we've seen the last of them. Yeah, I doubt we have. I'll do this last job quest and then I'll switch back to the main storyline because I should advance the story and do the rest of my side quests later. I searched through the usual histories, but found scant mention of Sari. As his previous said, records of his existence have all but been expunged. And since my own knowledge is limited to the day I was stored away, we must rely on those lost Allegan records that escaped the purge. My colleague, Rambruz, may be able to help us there. Hardly a day goes past when his team does not lift some forgotten treasure from the ruins in Mordona. Shall we pay him a visit? Yumitra has informed me of your search, and I shall be certain to contact you should our discoveries include any mention of this Sari. There may, however, be a swifter way to acquire the information you seek. I know of a certain merchant who collects undeciphered tomestones with even greater zeal than the sons of St. Clornock. Ah, you speak of Rowena. Aye, we have formed something of a symbiotic relationship with our consortium. In return for financing our excavations, we provide Rowena with a selection of our finds. We're sure you would find her amenable to a request for assistance. After all, you would merely need to borrow her tomestones for a time, yes? Yeah, I've penned a letter with my personal reassurances that her stock will be returned and none the worse for wear. It's looking gloomy out today. Hi, what can I do for you? So you have the backing of old Rambrews, eh? Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to lend you some of my tombstones. In fact, I'll do one better and let you borrow the transcripts, courtesy of the scribes at the ironworks. As books, they're a damn sight heavier, but you don't need fancy machines when it's all penned down in ink and parchment. Give me a summary of the contents when you're finished, and I'll consider that as payment. Collectors will part with more coin if they know what they're getting, and my time's too precious to waste on reading ancient history. Consider it a deal, Rowena, and thank you. Well, Svarin, shall we get to work? Fancy that. I've barely begun skimming the very first volume, and there are already some promising passages. Let us make a preen and share our findings, shall we? Bouncy book. Ah, Rambrews, have you come to check on our progress? This charming tome is Principia, a sentient familiar of ancient Alag. Sure to meet you, Master Rambrews. Pray call me Prin, if you prefer. Thank you, Prin, and might I say what a privilege it is to meet such a rare and clever construct. Clever? Well, yes, apparently Prin was written that way. In fact, we were just hoping to hear an opinion on a new snippet of information I've uncovered. There was an order listed in a record of Imperial military communications commanding that the fruits of the Master Summoner's research be seized. It appears that the army had more than a passing interest in Sari's experiments. What exactly was the purpose of this research? Master Sari toiled to wed summoning magics with etherochemical technology. For example, he experimented with replacing grimoires with mechanical mediums and sought to manifest Egi of greater authenticity by utilizing high-speed computations. Simply put, he turned to machines to enhance traditional summoning methods. Is that the gist of it? Correct. But Master Sari was never one to abuse the success of his experiments, no matter how they magnified his power. He would not place his trust in machines. Their inherently complex nature was too prone to error, he said. I mean, considering the technical issues we experienced like an hour ago. The dates on these communications indicate a time in the latter half of Sari's life. Is it possible something could have occurred between crafting you and the execution of this order that may have greatly altered the summoner's outlook? There was, of course, the violent wave of anti-summoner sentiment that swept through Alag. It claimed the lives of many of Master Sari's disciples. Following their deaths, he began spending much of his time cloistered within his laboratory. Such an incident could certainly be responsible for changing a man. And Principia, you were unaware of the subsequent events once you fell into slumber, yes? From what we've learned so far, it is safe to say that the foe we encountered is related to Sari's research in some way. And there are likely more clues buried in these records. I shall speak with Captain Wolf and ask to borrow the sharp minds of his summoner squad. It is a rather intimidating pile to tackle on our own. Well, seeing as you have the transcripts, there's no need to travel far. You're welcome to make use of my tent and the reference materials on Alag found therein. That would be an enormous help, thank you. Let's haul these books to the dig site, shall we? And of course, no one grabs the books. Guess I'm the one who has to grab them. still gloomy out. Ah, there you are. Our summoner colleagues arrived with a swiftness after I relayed to them our request. It is well to see them recovered from their injuries. With everyone pitching in, we stand a good chance of finding something useful. Ah, here's the bugger I was looking for. This is a record of when the military finally caught up with Sari. It says here the summoner was found dead, killed by someone else, it seems. And we have proof of the original Sari's demise in the Third Astral Era. Now there remains the question of who or what attacked us in this age. My coin is on one of those clone creations. Is there aught more to the story, Lieutenant? Aye, it goes on to describe how the Imperial Army took over Sari's research, lauding his experiments as exceptionally dangerous but ripe with potential applications. They shifted operations to an artificial island soon after and began practical testing. One cataclysmic accident later, though, and that was the end of that. This artificial island must be a reference to Seal Rock, the very site of our encounter with the present-day Sari. During the battle, my creator's simulacrum exhibited the ability to summon multiple Eggi simultaneously, as well as manifest highly authentic facsimiles of flesh and blood entities. The basis for every one of these unorthodox techniques can be traced back to Master Sari's research into machine-enhanced summoning. I'd say we have enough evidence to support a working theory, then, namely that the Alcan military was using a clone of the deceased Sari to perform hazardous experiments, tests which explore the feasibility of etherochemically bolstered summoning magics. And when we landed on Seal Rock, we must have somehow awoken the remnants of those Mayhap we have solved the mystery of who the attacker was, but now I would know the place to where he fled. What refuge exists for such a being? From what I can gather, the results of Sari's work were bundled off to some secret laboratory called the Etherochemical Research Facility. Hold up, I've been there. You know this place, sir? Is it far? Ozzy's Law. That's where they're keeping Sari's research, and it's possible the clone may have headed there. Our squad will fly back to Seal Rock and make further investigations. The relics of the past may hold some hint we haven't yet considered. An excellent idea, thank you. We shall return to Gridania for the time being. From a technical standpoint, it's kind of interesting to see the way the cutscenes are set up between the differences between the ways the cutscenes are set up between something made in Stormblood, namely like these quests, versus something made in the next expansion, Shadowbringers, namely the Dancer and Gunbreaker quests. Like, there's so much more oomph put into those two Shadowbringers quests, and the difference between the contrast between those two and this quest is like dark. I received an update from Captain Wolf regarding their investigations on Seal Rock. It would seem that certain of the Allegan relics have shown signs of recent activation. The mechanisms were too heavily damaged to offer more in the way of useful information, however. I fear we must brave this Aziz-La facility and search for Sari ourselves. Is that what he was hoping for when he said, "I will be waiting"? It is possible. I did not think the detail important at the time, but the lock engaged by Master Sari's simulacrum was not of the strictest tier. Rather, the seal was one which fades upon the sealer's demise. Then he was goading us into finding and defeating him. Another challenge, or is it simply a trap? I'm not fond of rushing into the unknown. Gird yourself for the worst, Svarin. And I will learn the present circumstances of the research facility. Oh boy. Okay. Away. I can't go through there. Okay. Do. Ah, yes, everything had gone to shit. That's what happened last time. Give him another hug because he needs it. Forgive me. Now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to Commander Kim's body, find my sister, and return to Alagiri. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the butt to get to. Oh, and again, I'll just be able to fly there eventually, so... There you are. There. That should suffice for now. Go and join the others. Tell me you found Alfino. Tell me he's all right. I found Alfino and he's all right. Oh, thank the 12. I don't know what I would have done. Though, saying that, what will the Resistance do without Commander Kemp? Sorry, not here, not now. We should return to Alighieri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help on the way. It wasn't so long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I've expected you were about to slit my throat. Hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilsabard instead of taking fire from my so-called comrades. Thanks, friend. Blade tourniquet came loose and I was having trouble getting it back on. Should be fine the rest of the way. Damn it, I can't fly. I forgot. Leave me alone. Oh, bless you, kind. Wait, is that you, Svarin? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy. Must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. I can keep going. He does. Let me be free. Free like a bird. Right? What do you mean you lost a lot of blood? Well, go and find it! Svarin, we've given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I have no idea when, rites must needs be performed. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. Sounds like you need it, kiddo. Oh man. I mean, I gotta choose. All Alliance and Resistance units have now withdrawn from Specula Imperatoris. It's time we spoke with General Aldin. These deaths weigh heavy on my soul, Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader. He was a patriot. But above all else, he was a good man who will be sorely missed. One of many lost this day. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce this cause. The die has been cast. Hold tight to this grief, this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when next you face the enemy. It will carry us far, General, of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Alamigo, however, we must first address the question of how to deal with Castra Mabania's cannon. If the Imperials are willing to employ the weapon without thought for their own soldiers' safety, we may struggle to approach them. A frontal assault is out of the question. We'd lose countless men before we even reach the walls. Would we? Recall that the Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why did they? You suspect they were unable to fire the cannon again, mayhap due to a malfunction. I mean, sure, a malfunction if you consider her getting wasted by a stab-happy dragoon, a malfunction. Or one of their officers found his conscience after the first barrage, or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it. There are many possibilities, but the fact remains that they stopped when logic dictated they continue. Then I'll just have to go and see for myself if the cannon is still operational. Are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander so soon. I know how you feel, Nago, I do, but I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I arrived at Ralgor's Reach that Conrad first asked me to join the resistance, and then he kept on asking. Every time I said no, I told myself it was because of the Scions, but even then, I knew deep down that it was an excuse. But I was still afraid of following my heart because I couldn't be sure if it was for me or for Ida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who had struggled with the same worries, and as we traveled and fought together, I saw him grow and become the leader his people needed him to be. Now it's my turn to do the same. There's not a lot of us left, and of the ones that are, many are still wounded. We have to make do with what we've got, and I'm the best qualified. It's as simple as that. But don't worry, Nago, I'll come back, I promise. Huh. While I acknowledge Commander Hecht's right to carry out this mission, I see no reason why she should do so alone. Sarn, would you go with her?
Would have done it even if you hadn't asked, sir.
And it is settled. We will await your return. Sorry to drag you into this, Svarin. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad. I never will be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now all I can do is be myself. Okay, I need the gun blade more. If you don't mind, I'd rather not wait around and have people try to talk me out of it. Let's get moving. I know a good vantage point overlooking the castrum. Youngcroft's Hope. The ship's stranded on the rocks to the east of here. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Oh, but there might be some ancient golems guarding it. Or that might just be an old wives' tale. Either way, it's worth the risk. Please, Commander, I pray you proceed with all due caution. Do not hesitate to call upon us if needed. To reach the ship, we'll have to scale the cliff face. I'll get some climbing gear and meet you there, alright? Hi. Alright, anyway. Sorry to keep you waiting. I see you've met the golems. Looks like the old stories were true, eh? In a way, I'm glad. Right then, time to climb. Phew, that took a bit more out of me than I expected. And here she is, Youngcroft's Hope, the ark that one man made to save countless others from the flood during the 6th Umbral Era. It's comforting to think that there have always been people who cared this much about their fellow man, who accomplished such great feats that people couldn't help thinking they must be made up. But the proof's right here, isn't it? I don't just mean the ship, you know. I mean you. Long before anyone started calling you a hero, you were there for those in need. You did things for people when you didn't have to. Sometimes even when they didn't want you to. It can't have been easy staying true to yourself, but we're all better for it. Me included. I'll never be a leader like Conrad, or Hian, or my father. But I can be a friend to you all, and I can fight by your side. I can be me, and that'll just have to be enough, eh? Strange to think back on it. If we'd been standing in different places, or if the shell had struck the tower differently, it would have been me instead of Conrad. Maybe both of us. What kind of monster murders their own? Is that smoke from Castra Mabania? Wait, it's coming from the cannon. I can't tell what happened from here, but I can tell that it won't be giving us any trouble in the immediate future. This is our chance, Svarn, to avenge Conrad and all the others who died in the tower, friend and foe. To take Castrum Abania and bring the bastards who gave the order to fire to justice. Won't be easy after the losses we took, but I know everyone's champing at the bit to strike back. With the right plan, I'm certain we can do it. We have to tell the others, come on. We're getting close to our next dungeon already. There's a non-zero chance I'm gonna have to take a detour to do some leveling. Easier down than up, eh? Though not necessarily safer. Anyway, no time to rest. We need to convince the others to strike now before the Imperials have time to fix their cannon. There's no time to lose, Svarn. General Alden needs to know what we saw. You are returned. I only hope you bring good news. We scaled the cliffs of Nunkrev's Hope and spied smoke rising from Castrum Abania's main cannon. I think Marshal Tarpin's right. They didn't fire again because they couldn't. The cannon seems to have been disabled somehow. Then we must attack Castrum Abania at once. Could still be a trick, but if it isn't, we may not get a better opportunity. Bluntly, General, if it is a trick, it is an utterly baffling stratagem. Had the Imperials wished to wipe us out, they could have simply have kept firing. Be that as it may, we need not risk everything to seize it. I say we dispatch a small contingent to infiltrate the castrum and secure control of the weapon. If the enemy is preoccupied with repairs, we may be able to take them unawares. If, on the other hand, it is indeed a trick, our token force will prove an elusive target, and we will at least know the cannon is operational. Either way, it seems well worth the risk, but how are we to infiltrate the castrum? In anticipation of a day such as this, men and women under my command have labored long to cultivate a network of informants throughout Garabania, including Radiata. Radiata is home to many who hold menial positions at Castrum Abania and other nearby installations. With the aid of our allies there, I believe we can secure a route into the fortress. The Resistance will handle this. You may have recruited these informants, but they'll be just as happy working with fellow Alamegans. And at the end of the day, it's our land, our responsibility. Let us do right by Conrad. I should be glad to accompany her, General, as would Alize and Svarn, I am sure. Well then, if you are all in agreement, I see no reason to refuse you. We will make ready to march on Castrum Abania. Go, and may Ralgar watch over and keep you. My apologies for speaking on your behalf. It would seem my sister's forthright manner is rubbing off on me. I confess my decision to volunteer was not wholly motivated by concern for Lise, nor less Alamigo. Castramabania is the largest Imperial facility in the peaks, you see, and so the likelihood that Kral is being held captive there is quite high. Dealing with that cannon remains our main objective, of course, but if there's even a chance that Kral might be rescued in the process, I would never forgive myself if I did not take it. So, to review, we are to travel to Radiata, where we will meet with a contact recruited by Marshal Tarpin's agents. I took the liberty of reviewing intelligence reports while Svarin and Lees were away, so the settlement is not wholly unfamiliar to me. As the Vice Marshal indicated, the vast majority of the populace is employed as menial labor in either Specula Imperatoris or Castramabania. Perhaps as a result of this, the Resistance has long struggled to make inroads there. Aye, you have the right of it. They got a better deal than most Alamegans, feeding off what scraps the Imperials gave them. Damned if I know how Marshal Tarpin's agents got one of them to turn his coat. I understand your disdain, I do, but I also understand their desire to look after their families by any means necessary. Our contact is a Rugidan woman. She will ask us a question. After we answer with courage, she will know us as friends. Courage, right. Put together a squadron, Naga. We'll need them soon. With me, my friends, and be ready for anything. Hang on. Soon we will be able to fly. Hey, you're that adventurer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? Just the man I wanted to see. You have a bit of time to spare, I hope. It seemed a bloody miracle we managed to take Alighieri without spilling a drop of blood, but it was all thanks to one man, a man the Alliance would very much like to speak with. Getting him to come in for questioning, however, has proven more trouble than we thought. It's not my place to be dealing with this, to be honest with you, but I think it'd be best to resolve the matter quietly if possible. Things could get messy around here with the Alliance or the Resistance start kicking up a fuss. I'd like to draw attention if I leave my post, but you adventurers are free to move about as you please, so what do you say? Can you give me a hand? All right. You adventurers are good folk. No, I really shouldn't say more out here in the open. You best go and speak with him yourself. Baut's his name. He can tell you the rest. Hey, buddy. The adventurer who slew Lord Van Baelsar? So they've sent you to claim my head, then? What? Raising Brooke sent you to help? Oh, thank heavens. You see, I'm actually a centurion of the Garlean forces. Now, before you do anything rash, let me explain. When I learned of the Allied forces' approach, I knew we had no way of repelling them, so I ordered all of my men to retreat from Alighieri. I then planned to turn myself in, but I ran into certain complications. I can see you're unconvinced. Tell you what, why not ask the villagers about me? And when you hear what they have to say, I think you'll come to understand why I couldn't turn myself in. But the place won't be the same without him, and we certainly have no intentions of sending him to be butchered by the Alliance. Where'd you hear that name? I won't have anyone speaking ill of him. Unless you're looking to pick a fight, you'll keep your mouth shut. What do you want with Bot? He's not in trouble, is he? We already told the Alliance scum they can't have him. Damn. Back of this place is like a freaking maze. There you are. There you are. Now do you see the cause for my hesitation? In light of their reaction to my being arrested, the Alliance has allowed me to remain here for the time being, but for all intents and purposes, I am a war prisoner. The villagers initially meant to keep me hidden, but harboring one's enemy is a serious crime no matter whose side you're on, and I've heard what the Alliance does to those who help the Garleans. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. My execution is assured the moment they take me into custody, but if the villagers should take arms and protest, they don't deserve such a bloody fate. Raisin Brook has made a valiant effort to assuage the people's anger, but there's only so much a man in his position can do. I know how strange this may seem, but I want you to convince the people of Alagiri to allow for my surrender. I mean, I can think of a real simple way to allow that. So you'll help then? Good, good. For a start, it'd be nice to know why they're so insistent on protecting me in the first place. Though I'd love to spare my blushes and leave this all to you, we need to hear from as many people as we can. How about we both make a sweep of the village and meet back here? I promise not to get turned around again. I'm probably going to break that promise, but... Okay. If Bot hadn't stopped his men, I wouldn't be standing here before you. He was hard, but fair. Now these resistance fighters have taken over the place. Sure, they seem friendly now, but just you wait. I never did anything wrong, but the Garleans would always hit me. Master Bot was different, though. He was always there to cheer me up, and he'd play with me sometimes. Do you think these new people will play with me, too? Yeah, I'm sure someone will be willing to play some games with you, kiddo. I think it's fair to say we all owe Bot a great debt. I'd tell you more, but as you can see, I'm a little busy. I'll go talk to Jadaliana. Dalani. Dialani. I can't pronounce your name, ma'am. I'm sorry. Ah, the adventurer from before. Svarin, was it? Wish to know more about Bot? I'd love to tell you all about him, but first I must ask a favor. The village has been plagued by spitting spinners as of late. I took a look around and discovered they've built a nest close by. I considered positioning the soldiers for aid, but you seem more than capable of the job. Let me get rid of the nest and I'll tell you everything you want to know. Agreed? Alright. Excellent. Let's get going then. I'll lead the way. There you are. The nest is just ahead. Oh. It's more of you. I didn't think there'd be more of you. Yep. One more. Thank you ever so much. I can't tell you how many we've nearly lost trying to do away with those horrible things. Sadly, this isn't the first time they've caused us trouble. When the Guardians first took Alighieri, these lands were rife with spinners for a time. Though we begged for help, our pleas fell on deaf ears. Our village is meant to be a trading hub, so you'd think they would protect such a place, but no. They would only come to get deep in their cups or take out their frustrations on whoever happened to be present at the time. Now, they weren't suffering at the hands of drunken soldiers. We were fending for our lives against all manner of beasts with whatever makeshift weapons we could find. There was nothing we could do but endure their mocking laughter as we struggled to survive. Bot changed all that. After he came and assumed command, he immediately put an end to our misery. The difference in our treatment was like night and day. He gave us our lives back, which is more than I can say for what the Allied forces are like to do for us. Bot is a good man, and I hope in time you'll come to see him as we do. I mean, honestly, you've kind of sold me on him already, guys. He seems like a pretty stand-up dude. I can see why you guys would be reluctant to turn him over if you think he's gonna suffer some horrible fate. No matter who I talked to, there was too much beating around the bush to get any clear answers. Did they tell you anything useful? I said all that? Well, I'm no saint. I was just tired of seeing my men beat them bloody all the time. I'd seen enough of it before coming here. It's amazing how treatment of the Empire's subjects can vary from place to place. There are territories where life is unchanged by the Guardian's presence. And yet there are others whose denizens would welcome death with open arms. The only escape from either is to join their armies. If you manage to survive 20 years of service, you and your family can earn citizenship, a chance to have a good life. Needless to say, I jumped at the opportunity. I fought and I fought until before I knew it, I was an Imperial Centurion. But it was too late. Shortly after my promotion, I received word of my family's death, snatched away by some widespread illness. Suffering of these people only serves to remind me of my loss, so I put an end to it. Simple as that. And still they thank me after I've killed so many. I'll never understand such nonsense. So now we know for certain the reason for their adoration. Now we just have to convince them I'm not worth protecting. We'll need a good lie if we're going to change their opinions of me. I've got it. A holy man here in Alighieri was slain shortly after my arrival, just before I took command. It was the former Imperial commander who killed him, but you can tell people it was me. Take my ring as proof. Say it was a keepsake of his, and that I pried it from his cold, dead hands. I'll be so blinded with hate, execution will seem too good a punishment for me. But again, if people see through the lie, it wouldn't do well for your reputation to be speaking so poorly of me. Maybe we should start with just one person and gauge their reaction before we set the rumor mill to spinning. Try speaking with Jidalia... Jidalan... And see if this gets her blood boiling. Why can I not get her name right? You know what, I'm just gonna try to remember to just call her Judea. What's this about Bot? How awful. The people of Alighieri will be furious to hear of this. Why, they might even consider handing him over to the Allied forces. Which is exactly what he wants, isn't it? I haven't known you long, but I know an honorable man when I see one. I refuse to believe he would try to smear his reputation and turn us against him. I can imagine why he might try, though. When you return to Bot, you can tell him what I've told him countless times before. No matter what horrible deeds he may have done in the past, no one is beyond forgiveness. Travelers come and go from Alighieri quite often, but should they wish to stay, who they were before coming here doesn't matter. We have no interest in the man Bot used to be, only the man he is now. Even if he was a murderer in the past, he's been nothing but kind to us since arriving here. The man we know has a gentle soul, and that is why we protect him. So, bad news, Bot. How did she take the news? She was absolutely livid, wasn't she? Tell me everything. Well... I only care about the man I am now? And what sort of man am I supposed to be, My family is dead. I can't return to the Garleans. But that's none of your concern. It seems it'll take more than a nasty rumor to sway their opinions of me. I'll have to think of something soon, though. It's only a matter of time before the Alliance decides it's done waiting. Could you try speaking with Judea once more? Not to spread more falsehoods, but about persuading the townsfolk to let me turn myself in peacefully. Hopefully inspiration will strike by the time you return. Let me guess, Bot sent you again, didn't he? He can conjure up whatever lies he likes, but he cannot change our minds. Well, I suppose I can understand his worry. I'm loath to admit it, but entreating the Alliance could resolve all this. It could also make things much worse. If only there was someone among them who knew what a kind and caring man Bot is. Perhaps then we could convince them to show him mercy. Bot has been speaking with Brazen Brook in private about his surrender? Does this mean the Allied forces will soon come for him? Let's go and speak with him while there's still time. I don't know, maybe we should have talked to Brazen Brook from the start here. Ah, you've brought company. What can I do for the two of you? I appeal on Bot's behalf? I'm not sure I follow. Please, Brazen Book, is there nothing you can do to have him pardoned? Or, better yet, take me in his stead. Say I am his accomplice, and I will tell your superiors anything they wish to hear. Whoa, calm down, miss. No one wants to help him more than I do. That said, he's still a soldier of the Garlean Empire, an Imperial Centurion at that. As a member of the Resistance, I have a duty to take him into custody. You can't. The people of Alighieri will not stand for his execution. What? Who said anything about an execution? But the Garleans told us you kill all the soldiers you capture. For goodness sake, we're not savages. We're in the middle of assessing the documents and supplies they left behind, and his testimony as to what we've found is sorely needed. Oh, so they need him for logistics. Everyone's made it quite clear how his presence has improved living conditions here, so I suspect my superiors will be fairly lenient. That's not to say he won't face punishment, mind you, but he's got to come in for questioning. I see. After so many years under their rule, the Garleans had convinced us you were no better, if not worse than they... You were no better, if not worse than they were. On behalf of all the people of Alighieri, I offer you our sincerest apologies. Thank you for clearing up this terrible misunderstanding. Bot will no doubt be relieved to hear of this. Let's go and share the good news. Yes! I cannot think of a worse punishment than that. Oh, no. Seems Bot has left us a note. Dear Svaron, the time has come to bid you my final farewell. Try as I might to focus on the present, the past still haunts me. My family calls. If you can find it within you to grant me one last favor, I bid you deliver my head to the Allied forces. I've enclosed instructions to this end. No, he can't. Svaron, we have to stop him. let him go through with this, Farin. It looks like he's heading northwest towards the fringes. Pray we're not too late. Methinks this misunderstanding may have been at least in part due to our poor dude's mental health. Oh, my nuts. I have to do the quests up there. I'll have to teleport over there real quick then. I was wondering why I didn't seem to have any quest currents unlocked. Leave me alone. Don't worry about me. Save bot. All right. I suppose this is where I'm supposed to thank you for saving my life. Bots, Farin, thank goodness you're both unharmed. Why the hell did you bring her here? Huh, cowards, a lot of them. They would waste the chance to make an example of me. This is all our fault. If we hadn't shown such aggression to the Allied forces, they would have likely made their intentions clear ages ago. You needn't apologize. If I'd known they wouldn't kill me, I would have merely sought another way to death's door. But why? You have so much to live for. I have nothing. What is a man without his family? A soldier without his men? I've stained my hands with the blood of so many innocents, and for what? You still have Alighieri. It would have been all too easy to stand by and watch as the soldiers taunted and tormented us. You chose to show us mercy. Well, that was... After all the good you've done here, are we not worth living for? Am I not worth living for? I know I can never replace your family. I would never try. But I'd like to try and make you happy if you'll let me. Oh-ho. What? Has this obsession with loss truly made you so blind? The people of Alighieri care about you, none more so than me. You brought light and hope back into our lives, and I would return that kindness 100-fold if I can. Yes, by all means. Let's get married, settle down here in the village, and fill our cottage with the pitter-patter of little feet. Marriage? I didn't mean to. That's not to say I'm opposed to. Oh dear, this is all so sudden. This is your idea, ma'am. Before you let your imagination run wild, there's still the matter of my surrender to the Allied forces. I'm going to need your help in assuring the others that I won't be put to death. Yes, of course. I suppose this is it. I know not what they have in store for me, but I will at last atone for my crimes. When they release me, well, seems I have something worth waiting for. Thank you for everything. Yes! Smooch already! Got no time for you, Pantera. There he is, the hero of the hour. I don't know how you did it, but GD, I returned just now with bot in tow. He says he's ready to turn himself in. What's more, public reaction to his surrender has been surprisingly calm. The last thing we need is to be fending off the people we came to save. If he hadn't shown up when he did, I'm sure they'd be chasing us out of here with pitchforks and torches by now. To make sure they don't, we'll all be taking a leaf out of Bot's book and building better relations with the townsfolk. It'll take some work to be sure, but we'll get this place back to the way it used to be. Hooray! Yes. Let's head up and do the quest there. Oh, how I wish I could fly. See? What did I tell you? Let us continue on to Specula Imperatoris. I mean... Of course, there were still soldiers lurking about. Fortunately, they were no match for these. Come, Radiata is not much further. Of course, in light of our recent encounter, it would be prudent to proceed with caution and remain vigilant for Imperial forces. Ouch. I barely even hurt. Yeah, there you guys are. Looks like it's safe to enter. I don't see any Imperials. I don't see smoke above Castrum Abania anymore. Do you think they fixed the cannon already? Nah, I doubt it. Afino said we were looking for a Rugidan woman, right? And that we should answer her question with courage? I suppose we'll just have to strike up a conversation with every one of them until we find our contact. Let me know if you find her, and I'll do the same. Leave me alone! Let's see. Okay. Ain't seen you around before. Takes a certain kind of man to walk into a place like this uninvited.
Well, with courage, I suppose. Courage.
Courage, you say? Well, that's in short supply these days. Better to keep your head down and go along to survive. Call me a coward too, if you like, because I'll not speak on it more, at least not here. Outside Radiata, behind those barricades over yonder. Outside Radiata, behind those barricades over yonder, on the other hand. Founder. Hey, was that who I think it was? Well, that's a relief. Or a trap. Either way, I'll find Alfino and Alize. We'll meet you there. Not followed, were you? Good. Yeah, those guys are with me. That all of you, is it? Let's get to it then. Name yourselves. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, friends of Marshal Tarpin. Name's Stark. Starkwoad. The rest you know, or we wouldn't be here. This is about Spicula Imperatoris and the cannon, isn't it? Just so. Can you tell us what happened? I overheard soldiers talking while working in the mess. The cerulean pipeline fueling the cannon was destroyed by an unidentified male insurgent, they said. One man single-handedly disabled the cannon? That beggars belief. Nevertheless, yeah, we were followed by friends. Nevertheless, that's what they said. It took a while, but they finally put the fires out, and the engineers have been working day and night to repair it. Wish I could tell you more, but the incident had everyone jumping at shadows and afraid to say much more. To make matters worse, the Alamegan help have been sent home indefinitely. So the cannon could already be fully operational. We need to sneak inside Castro Mabania to ensure the cannon is no longer a threat to our troops. Can you help us? Aye, that much I can do. I've pieced together a map of the interior over the years, and I know for a fact that there are multiple points of entry. Impressive. If we split into several groups, that may improve our odds of reaching the fire control center. Yeah! And break it even better! We may be few in number, but I have faith that we can see this through. Ooh, okay. Okay. I'm not ready for that yet. I gotta do some leveling. So I guess that's probably what we're gonna be spending the rest of this doing. That and cleaning up all these side quests. You're not from around here, are you? You've never seen Alamegan strike up a conversation with a Radiata resident. Yep. But seeing as we're already talking, I have a job that's just right for an outsider like you. Talk with the girl behind that building over there, and she'll give you all the details. She's a bit testy, mind you. Got bloody time. Here, take the supply crate and trade it with the merchant in Alighieri for food. He's usually lurking in an alley somewhere. Shifty bastard. You'll know him when you see him. Do not tell him a Radiata native sent you. There'll be no grub for us if you do. I think there's a porter there. Is there? Yeah, no, there's no porter there. Hey, buddy. Want to trade? You'll show me the goods first, then maybe we'll deal. Cause these are military-issue Mark XL3 sedatives, high-quality stuff. Someone snatched a batch a while ago, but you wouldn't believe how quickly Imperial medicines sell. Folk are always on edge around here, you see, never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Some get so worked up that they can scarcely sleep without a little chemical encouragement. How much do you want for them? I'm a bit curious how you came by this stash, but I'll take it off your hands all the same. Food? That's it? Just food? All right, well, there's a sack full of assorted edibles. Nice doing business with you. And now I gotta trek all the way back. Think of it. Should probably be somewhere over there, huh? No, these will last ether current on foot, so. Let me in. Did you get the food? Tell me you got the food. I got the food. Oh, praise the heavens, and praise you too, stranger. This will be the first proper meal we've had in days. Go back and speak with my large friend, if you would. I'd wager he'd like to show his thanks as well. Oh, there he is. Surprised to see us trading in Imperial supplies? My quick-fingered friend once worked in a storeroom in Castromabani and swiped those sedatives before she left. This settlement's full of those as used to labor for the Imperial Army. The folk in Alighieri may have traded with the Empire, but even they spit on radiatons, the Army's whipped curs, they call us. That's why we needed you to make the deal. If one of us dared to set foot in that town, they'd chase us out with a hail of stones, or worse. But now we can eat our fill, get our strength back, and try to move on. Kind-hearted heroes like you are a godsend. Well, that's depressing. There we go. All right. Now let's go up here. Do that quest I should have done way back when. Fancy yourself as our village's savior, do you? We truly mean what you say. I have a mind to introduce you to someone. His name's Sayer. He used to be one of the quarry's finest workers, he did. He's fighting the good fight to restore Alagana to its former glory, but I do worry about the toll it must be taking on a man of his years. Have a chat with him if you're interested in helping. Thank you for coming. I'm still waiting for a few more of the villagers to arrive. The old beggar's treating us to another one of his speeches, I say. How long do you plan to continue living in abject squalor, I ask you? It's high time we brought back the quarry that once made me proud to hail from Alagana. Some of you may be too young to remember, but the quarry used to mean everything to this village. Bloody hells, when is this old codger going to stop harping on about the good old days? Time you opened your eyes, you daft bugger. Time's long since passed when we could sell the stone here for a decent amount of gil. It's about time you face the facts. There's no coin to be had sweating away your life in some bloody quarry. I'd be better served going out and hunting my own food. Just hear me out. If you give up on the quarry, then you'll be giving up on the village itself. Even the hardest of rocks will break if you keep chiseling away at it. Life's the same. Grandfather, that's enough. I can tell you now that no one here would claim to be happy with their lot, but there's nothing that can be done. You remonstrating with everyone is hardly going to do any good. Sweat, love. Ah, what do you expect? What do you bloody expect with that attitude? No one's going to work to improve things when even my own granddaughter has next to no motivation. There's a reason you don't see much quarrying going on anymore. There's no demand for it. We can get by just fine with the stones we gathered in the past and those we salvaged from ruined buildings. Prosperity doesn't lie in wait for us at the quarry, only monsters. It's about time you realize that we're lucky just to be alive these days. Come on, grandfather, let's go home. You've got a monster problem, you say? Well, I can handle that. Blasted girl understands nothing. Of course everything's going to seem pointless if you're only sleepwalking through life. And who in the hells are you, anyway? I ain't doing this for your amusement. I am indeed the Sayer you speak of. Dragon friend sent you my way, you say? Svarin, was it? So you're the lad we have to thank for saving Workrata. I can tell you've more fire in your belly than this entire village. Perhaps you'll be able to see that I'm not as crazy as these buggers think me. I mean, if you're gonna ask me to slay some monsters, I can do that. No problem. Alagana owes everything to the quarry. The stones we extracted were solid and pleasing on the eye to boot. Even supplied the stone used to build a palace. Ah, those were the days. It was the Imperial invasion that changed everything. Those bastards thought stone structures barbaric, favoring their cold, tasteless metallic buildings instead. They say they look civilized. Don't make me laugh. The final blow to our way of life came when Gollermal began recruiting our youth for their own army. We lost just as many to the rebel cause. With no one left to tend to the quarry, it slowly fell into ruin and is now overrun with beasts. Well, I can deal with that for you. A few of us that remain here have been left to eke out a living using any means we can. I swear on Ralger's very name, if we could just take back the sleeping stones, this whole village would brim with vitality again. I just need something that proves the beasts are gone from the quarry, and the villagers will surely see fit to get me restored to its former glory. I know this is a lot to ask of a complete stranger, but it's not as if I'm spoiled for choice right now. Would you be able to rid the quarry of those damn monsters and bring me back 2 Earl's soul stones? I'll forever be in your debt. Oh, time to go slay some monsters. Oh, I got a ways to go. Well, at least I'll get some exploration experience out of this. I'm lost, but also time to kill you. Let's see. Is this the right way to go? Do. No, it's not the right way to go either. How do I get over there? Someone else as lost as me, I think. You, I'll fight. Yay! There we go. Gotta go the long way around. Well, I suppose this quest is as good an excuse as any to fill out the map, at least. You are one of my targets. Prepare to die. Damn it. Yep. I am not walking all that way back. Nice to see you returned. It'd be even nicer if you happened to be in possession of certain stones. There you go. Yes, this is exactly what I was after. Let's waste no time in showing them to the others. It's been far too long since the last ray of hope shone into the villagers' miserable lives. Right, time to present these soul stones to the village. Let them know that the sleeping stones is ready to be restored. Though it's been quite some time since anyone here truly lent me their ear. Would you mind gathering the villagers for me? What did you just say? Did my grandfather put you up to this? Ugh, he sends me mad sometimes. My apologies that he bothered you with this kind adventure. Would you mind if I asked your name? Well, Svarn, you have my thanks for humoring the wild ramblings of an old man. I'll make sure to tell him again that he needs to stop bothering strangers with his fantasies. Ma'am, I literally killed those golems myself. The quarry? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm far from interested. There's no point placing the village's future in the hands of a dead industry. Honestly, how many people do you know that are desperate to get their hands on stone these days? Thayer's time would be better spent working out how to sell off all the leftover rocks we already have cluttering Alagana.
Do people realize that there are other countries than, the Empire, right?
What's that? The old fart saying he wants to restore the quarry? Like I haven't heard that before. You might have been able to single-handedly take on a group of Earlists, but most of us aren't heroes of legend. What do you suggest we do should the beasts return? Or are you planning to give up adventuring and become the quarry's very own protector? Ow. Back from spreading the good word, are you? Cannot wait to see the looks on their mugs when they have a gander at these soul stones. Grandfather, let's stop this, shall we? No one's going to come. You'd be better served heading home and having a nap. And you say I'm the one spouting nonsense. I know what this is. You've got it together with all the others that think me mad, haven't you? You even think such things. I only have your best interest at heart, Grandfather. The fact of the matter is that you can quarry as much as you want. If there's no one willing to buy the spoils, then it's meaningless.
Again, you guys realize that the Empire isn't the only country in the world that you can sell stuff to, right?
You're not as young as you once were, and this fool's errand is doing your health no favors. I can't bear to watch you waste your life away any longer.
I'm probably older than him, you know. And I could beat those things just fine.
Fool's errand? You consider it foolish to work towards a brighter future for Alagana? Svar, and tell me, do you share my granddaughter's opinion? No need to hold back.
I kind of agree with the old man here.
I knew the man that saved Vorkrata would understand me. There's no use sitting around waiting for things to improve. The future is in our hands. Grandfather, he's clearly only saying that out of pity for you. Please don't get carried away.
Don't try to speak for me, ma'am.
Listen, we all understand you're just trying to do what you think is best for the village. We do. But you're going to have to accept sooner or later that nothing lasts forever. I was a fool to ever even consider asking others for help. You hardly expect your words to mean anything to those who live without hope. Yes, it's up to me to show you all how it's done. Why does he have to be so thick-headed? It feels like every interaction we have nowadays inevitably ends in a row. He has this nasty tendency of refusing to speak to me for hours after a fight as well. I'm truly sorry to involve you in this, but do you think you could talk to him in my stead? That girl makes me wonder if I, too, spouted so much gibberish at her age. Come to hear a story, have you? Oh, I'll tell you a story, my friend. A tale of a time when the quarry was the heart of Alagana. Yes, those were the days. It didn't matter how long you spent quarrying away. There was always more stone to be cut, and people willing to pay for it. The industry supported many a family, let me tell you. My dad says, am I the asshole for just wanting to give up on this village's future? Or even some days when I take the cold, hard floor of the quarry as my bed instead of going home. Why, the only thing keeping me going half of the time were the work songs we used to sing. By Roger, that's bloody it. If the villagers hear those work songs once more, they're sure to change their minds about the quarry. Bet you're glad you were here to see the very moment I saved our village from ruin.
I mean, I guess I could switch to Bard right now and help you out with the musical accompaniment, but
Finished coming to terms with just how inspired my new plan is? Anyone that's held a hammer and chisel knows the wonders a good work song can do. After you've been singing for a while, your swings start to match the song's rhythm and everything falls naturally into place. You can work for hours and hours without even realizing it. Hammer in one hand, chisel in the other, cutting up rocks to bring home to mother. Rocks become gill becomes a house. Our hearts the quarry has, no need for a spouts. The song meanders along in a similar vein after that. The ending, however, is quite something. Speckled stone, edge of the layer, sell not this stone to a kindly pair. Nay, search for the pebbles, young maiden revels. That's how it finishes. Speckled stone, edge of the layer refers to the changing patterns that adorn the rock found deep underground. The rocks closest to the edge of each layer are the most brittle, you see. That part of the song exists as a warning to never sell on an inferior stone. Though you'd struggle to find a courier that doesn't know as much. No, it is the nay, search for the pebbles, young maiden revels, part which I find curious. I believe it to be referring to a jewel of some kind. After all, you'd hardly give a young lass any old pebble you just happened to find. Oh, only the finest jewels would do. If I were able to somehow take a gander at the stone mentioned in the song, probably impossible, mind you, the closest fissure where I could stand a chance of finding it is right next to an imperial stronghold. That being said, I might be able to find something if I had you to keep me safe from harm. Accompany me, Svarn. I'm sure you'll enjoy the journey. Gotta take the long way around. Oh, okay. We're not going back to the quarry. Oh, we're going pretty far afield. Oh well. We're getting experience out of it. Yeah, can't go around that way. Alright, let's go through here and aggro everything. Huh. They're not attacking me. Yeah, nope, never mind. Seems I was right to bring you along. The place is swarming with those rats. Try searching the surroundings for any that might happen to be lying in wait for us. I trust you know what to do when you come across one. Yep. Let's feed my bird. Or he gets hangry. Hello. Come here. I'm here to fight you too. Fine work, Svarn. Suppose it's time for me to do my part. Feast your eyes on this ore, Svarn. Popped right out when I chiseled away along one of the layers of the rock. I guess it could be used to craft quite a fetching jewel. I'll hurry back to the village and set about examining it in further detail. Too lazy to trek back. Ah, Svarn, sad to say it seems we were on a fool's errand. 'Twas no ore that we found, but a crystal fragment of incredibly low purity. Only the most naive of barons would rejoice upon finding this shiny piece of rubbish. Speckled stone, edge of the layer, sell not this stone to a kindly payer. Must have been referring to this. Grandfather, is that perchance a line from a song that begins with hammer in one hand, chisel in the other? Indeed it is. Why do you know that? Father used to sing it to me in lieu of a lullaby. It's one of my most precious memories from the short time we were able to spend together. Indeed, your father was a fine quarrier. Not a day passes that I don't rue his death at the hands of those bastards from Garlemald. Never even had the chance to work together. He chose to apprentice under another teacher. Said he didn't want me going easy on him. But enough about the past. He had been using the song as a guide to find stones of value, but the spinners still yet to smile on us. Have you forgotten, Grandfather? There's another version of the song, one which might lead you in the right direction. Another? Why, yes, there was another version, wasn't there? It's been so long since I sung it, I had completely forgotten. I don't suppose you remember the lyrics? Of course I do. All of my memories of Father are as vivid as ever. That's my girl. You hear that, Svarn? There's hope yet. I do recall Father saying that this version of the song wasn't especially popular. However, it was always his favorite. It's certainly the one he sang most often to me. Aye, that's the right of it. The quarry would echo for days with the workers belting out the version I know. I'll probably still be singing it when I'm dead. Can't say I'm too surprised that's all you remember, Grandfather. It's only the end of the second version that actually differs from the first. Speckled stone, edge of the layer, sell not this stone to a kindly pair. Nay, search for the pebbles, young maiden revels. Between this world and the next, 'tis where the stones collect. Trade them on, our ancestors' song. So the stone we're selling is located somewhere between this world and the next, eh? I must admit, I never really thought about it much as a child, but the song's lyrics are a bit eerie, aren't they? Aye, that part about our ancestors is quite morbid. You reckon it might be referring to Hidden Tear? I suppose that did used to be a graveyard, didn't it? I don't imagine there are too many people that have cause to visit the area these days. I should hope not. Ever since the Empire banned us from making offerings to the deceased, I've heard an increasing number of stories saying that beings not of this earth stalk the place. I'd love nothing more than to pop over there right now and quickly see if the stone we need can be found, but something tells me it won't be that easy. What say you, Svarn? Can I count on your aid one last time? My thanks. This is our last chance, and I do not intend to fail. Fitting that the necromancer would be heading to a graveyard. I gotta go all the way around. Do, 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 do. Right, Spawn, would you mind checking the area to see if everything's safe before I go any further? If you happen to see anything funny, just take care of it for me. I'll get to work once it's certain the area is safe. All right, all right. It's kind of pretty, though. The only presence he sense in this area is your own. Nobody here but us rabbits again. Yeah. No, oh, damn it. Didn't mean to get you. You. Yep. Yeah, let's go. Tell him it's safe to approach. Nice to see you're still in one piece. Things certainly seem to be a bit safer now. By all means, go on ahead back to Alagana. You have my word that I'll deliver this time. Let's go and put Sweat Love at ease. I bet she's worried sick by now. I'm not trekking all the way back. Ah, it's fine, but wait, where is... Oh, what a relief to hear he's unharmed. Although I will struggle to truly relax until he is back with us safe and sound. Grandfather's so foolhardy, not a moment goes by that I do not worry for him. You're acting like I'm already in the grave, my love. I can assure you there's nothing to worry about here. Found what we were after in no time. Assuming there's more to be had, we'll be able to start trading with the goldsmiths of Ul'dah. That is, of course, assuming the day we're free of the Empire actually comes. I'm working on it. I'm beginning to think our ancestors made Hidden Tier into a graveyard on purpose, as a form of protection in case the quarry ceased providing for us. After all, who do you know that'd go defile in the graveyard in search of riches? Besides me, of course. Regardless, that's the only reason I can think of for them hiding the fact in a work song. Take a look for yourself, Sweatlove. It's stunning. When I gaze upon it, I almost dare to believe that there could be a brighter future for our village. Yep. Ooh. A fine chunk of ore indeed. I imagine we could make a fair amount of coin were the villagers to band together and mine the rest of the supply. Why didn't you say sooner you were going after such treasure? I would have been much more interested in your rather in what you had to say. It's all thanks to your efforts, grandfather. Never once did you give up, even in the face of strong opposition from a certain granddaughter. I couldn't be more proud. Honestly, I was just so used to living in despair that I couldn't bring myself to believe there might be a way out. I'll be more than glad to join you the next time you go quarrying, Sayer. Thank you all for the kind words. Here's to bringing Alagana back to its former glory. Up until now, I'd always wished you would just retire and spend your golden years in peace, but it seems you're much better suited to keeping active. Took you long enough to realize? Aye, life's not the same unless I have a chisel in hand. I hope our throats are nice and warmed up because it's time for some singing, and quarrying, of course. Sparn, a hearty thanks for everything you've done for our village. You can leave the rest to us now. We'll do just fine if we have each other. The best of luck to you in all your future endeavors. Well, that seems like a pleasant note to end things on. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.